Good morning, whale watchers. My name is Luke. I'm a park ranger with Oregon State Parks, and you are joining us here on day 6 of the 2020 Spring Whale Watch Week. We are coming to you live from our visitor center located in Depot Bay, Oregon, and just want to say welcome to everybody. For the past 41 years, we have been counting gray whales as they migrate along our coast. We've been documenting their behavior and helping people like you see and learn all about them. Thank you so much for joining us. Since the late 1970s, over 1.5 million people have been able to interact with us and all of our partners and learn about these amazing marine mammals. Before I keep going, let me zoom the cameras out here because we have spotted a few whales already this morning. Right now we're looking just behind our 1 mile buoy, and we had probably a couple gray whales swimming by. So we'll leave the camera right there for now. This year things are obviously a little different than in the past. In an effort to slow the spread of the coronavirus, no volunteers are stationed out along the coast to help people look for these whales. That being said, I want to extend a huge thank you to all of those folks, all of our volunteers who have dedicated thousands of hours of their time attending our training sessions and hundreds of thousands of hours in the past out there interacting with our visitors. Thank you so much to everybody, and I look forward to working with everybody again as soon as we possibly can. We at the Oregon State Parks understand that the COVID-19 virus has impacted everyone's ability to travel, and we hope that by providing this live stream, you'll be able to enjoy some of our coastal views while we're all at home practicing some excellent social distancing. So here again is a virtual high five. Thank you so much. On March 22nd, Oregon State Parks announced that all campgrounds and day use areas are going to be closed, and that's going to last until at least May 8th. We realize that this impacts many families' travel plans, and we really do miss all of you in our parks. For the most up-to-date information about the current status of your local Oregon State Parks, please visit the Oregon State Parks website, and that can be found at www.oregonstateparks.org. Thank you everyone for understanding. Each and every one of us is a part of this health emergency, and your cooperation helps us keep our visitors, park rangers, staff, and other volunteers safe. Thank you again for your understanding. Well, let's talk a little bit about some whales. Right now we are watching the gray whale migration as these animals travel north along our Oregon coast. For the past couple months, nearly all of the 25,000 gray whales in this population were down in Baja, Mexico, breeding and giving birth to the new calves. Now we're watching as these whales swim back north towards Alaska, where they will spend the summer feeding season in the nutrient-rich waters of the Arctic. These whales typically swim 1 to 3 miles from shore, but sometimes they come even closer, and that's what we hope to see today. If you've been with us the past few days, we have had just an excellent couple days of whale watching. Yesterday, I think we ended with around 15 whales that we spotted during our 4-hour stream, and the closest one was about 10 feet away from shore. It was a small little gray whale, but it was right in front of our harbor entrance, and so maybe we'll get lucky and see something like that again. A couple days ago, on day 4, if you were watching that stream, you'll remember that we had a pod of orcas, or killer whales, come right here into Depot Bay, and that got everybody very, very excited. Orcas are extremely rare to see in this part of the coast, and just the opportunity that we had to catch them on the cameras while we were doing this live stream was just awesome. If you want to go check out that video, you can go look at our channel and check out the 2020 Spring Whale Watch Day 4, and I even put a little comment in there, orcas in the bay. And I put a timestamp on that video so you can click on it and go right to when we first see the orcas and watch them travel through the bay. That was super exciting. Well, today I have already spotted 3 or 4 gray whales as they've been migrating in front of us, but so far all of the whales that I have seen have been about 1 mile or further away from us. And so they've been out there a little farther. I can zoom out the cameras again. We have kind of a gray, cloudy day right now. I can see some rain kind of headed our way. I think we're supposed to have kind of a typical spring day here for us today. A little bit of sun, a little bit of rain, but we'll just have to be patient, and I'm sure that we'll see some whales. So I see we've got quite a few folks jumping on the stream already. Somebody in Iowa. Awesome, welcome. Somebody up there in Lincoln City. Good morning. Oh, in Roseburg. So thanks everybody for joining us. If you want, you can leave us a comment or question in that chat box, and I will try to get back to you as soon as we can. So thanks again for joining us, and stay tuned for some more whales. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here with Oregon State Parks, and today we are at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. I see a lot of people jumping on the stream right now. People from all over: Philadelphia, Kaiser, Eugene, Portland, Siletz, Salem, Missouri, Columbia, Missouri. Welcome. New York, awesome. Well, welcome everybody wherever you are from. If you're just joining us, this is day 6 of the Spring Whale Watch Week. We're on the watch for gray whales and anything else that swims by today. I have spotted probably 3 or 4 gray whales total this morning already. Just before we kind of got the cameras going, we have a really flat gray light right now, and it just makes it more difficult to see the spouts that we watch for typically first when we're searching for these animals. But I've got Ranger Hyla up here with me again this morning, and we've spotted a couple here in the bay. But similar like yesterday, I think they're these smaller gray whales and they're only spouting like one time. They're being kind of camera shy again, so we'll do our best to get some of these whales on the camera here as soon as we can. I do see a big rain band kind of moving our direction, so we might get a little rain on the window here for a few minutes, but hopefully it clears up pretty soon. If you want to learn more about whale watching in Oregon and how to take part in this activity along the coast, be sure to head over to our main Oregon State Parks website, and that's www.oregonstateparks.org. And you can click on the Things to Do tab, and in that drop-down menu there is a whale watching section. And at that site you'll find a good map. We've identified 24 locations up and down the coast that are just excellent places to pull over and look for whales, really all spring and all summer. So we know everybody's home right now, staying home, staying safe, and after this is all over, we hope to see a lot of folks out here at the coast again over the summer months, and even into the fall, the whale watching can be really, really good. So stay tuned. Hopefully we find some more whales here pretty quickly. I'll do my best to get them on the camera. If you like this stream, go ahead and hit that like button, and feel free to subscribe to the Oregon State Parks YouTube channel if you want. And then you can hit the little notification bell, and you'll get a notification every time we stream our cameras. So if that's something you're interested in, we'd love your support in that way. So thank you again, everybody. Let me take a look, see if there's any questions in the box right now. Nope, so far no questions. Everybody's just saying good morning. Oh, hello from Israel. Well, welcome to Depot Bay. I hope you're enjoying our view here today. And Albuquerque, awesome. Welcome to everyone, and stay tuned for some more whale watching. Hello again, whale watchers. This is Luke at the Depot Bay Whale Center. So we're still kind of waiting for some more whales to come into view right now. I've got the camera zoomed in out at our half-a-mile buoy. It's also known as our bell buoy here in Depot Bay. And it looks like on the bottom of it we have some sea lions taking a nap right now. And so it's a nice place for them to jump out of the water and warm up a little bit. If you look really closely, kind of at the bottom, there's a bell in the middle of that buoy, and as it rocks back and forth, it kind of makes a little dinging noise, and that helps the ships and the boats know kind of where they're at. If the weather got really bad, they would know that they're close to that half-mile buoy. The other buoy that we have here in Depot Bay, let me zoom out and go find that one, is located 1 mile away from us. And there it is, it's red and white. And let me zoom out to that one. This one we refer to as the whistle buoy. And so in the center of that buoy is actually a whistle device. And as it goes up and down in the waves, it emits a low whistling noise. And so again, if you're a ship in the area and say the weather gets bad or the fog comes in and you are not able to use your navigation electronics or anything like that, if you can hear that whistle buoy, you kind of know where you're at. But each one of those buoys out there is about between 14, 15 feet tall. They're really, really big. And so it's kind of deceiving when you're looking a mile away and it just looks like a little thing bobbing out in the ocean there, but they're actually pretty good sized chunks of metal. We've had some questions about how do they stay in place? And there's actually a huge chain underneath of those buoys, and it extends all the way down to anchor on the seafloor, and so they really don't move very much. If you were in Depot Bay last year, you will remember that we were missing our half-a-mile buoy for quite a while. I can go back to that one here. Last year in February, so it would have been 13 months ago or so, we had an absolutely huge storm hit the Central Oregon coast. And there was one day I remember where we had 45-foot waves. And so today, for example, our waves are like 3 to 4 feet. But that one day we had a huge storm impact the coast, and it was 45-foot waves with some occasional like 60-footers would come through. Anyway, that buoy was getting just destroyed by these waves, and it actually was underwater most of the day during that storm. And it developed a crack. And over the next week after that storm, we slowly watched the buoy sink, and then one day it was just gone. And it actually sunk all the way down to the bottom. And then later in the summer or early fall, one of the Coast Guard buoy tenders came out, and they were able to retrieve it, and they took it away for a little while and made some repairs. And then they brought it back, and there it is. It's shiny, and obviously a very comfortable place if you're a sea lion. So still kind of on the watch for some whales. If you're just joining us, we've got really flat light right now. We have mostly gray cloud cover, and when we just don't have very good sunlight, it's a little more difficult to see the spouts from these gray whales that we typically look for. So I'm going to get my binoculars out here and do a scan on the horizon, and hopefully we'll pick something up, and we'll get it on the cameras for everybody really soon. So I hope all the kids who are out of school right now are not getting too rambunctious. Hopefully you're able to tune in here if you've got little ones at home, and maybe you're learning something about whales or the Oregon coast in general. And so if any of those kids got questions for me, go ahead and write something in that chat box, and I'll try to get them answered for you as soon as we can. So stay tuned, everybody, and I'm going to try to find some whales. Well, hello again there, whale watchers. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center, one of the beautiful Oregon State Parks visitor centers located here along the coast. If you're just joining us, we are live here in Depot Bay. It's about 10:30 a.m. Pacific time, and we have not spotted any whales on the camera as of yet. I did see a few this morning before we got the cameras up and running, but we just had kind of a rain band, a big dark cloud kind of move over us, but I can see some more blue sky headed our way. Hopefully our light will get a little better. It makes it a lot easier to see these whales as they're swimming out in front of us. I have the camera right now kind of zoomed out towards our half-mile buoy, and where I've seen the whales so far today in terms of a distance is kind of halfway between that buoy and the horizon. And so I've been looking about 1 mile to 2 miles offshore. I have not seen any whales in the bay yet. If you were with us yesterday, we did have a few smaller gray whales right inside the bay with us. And so I'm kind of keeping my eyes open for those ones as well. We might get a chance to see those ones again. So I see a question from Kelly. How many calves does a female have in her lifetime? Good question, really good question. So a female gray whale becomes sexually mature around, we'll say, age 10. And then throughout her life, it all kind of depends on resources, food resources and her body condition. And so in theory, if there was endless amounts of food and she was extremely healthy every year, she might actually give birth to a calf every year. But we know that isn't really the case. And so what some researchers have told me is that based on what they've seen and kind of some general patterns that they notice among these female gray whales, is it's usually she will have a calf every other year or maybe every 2 or 3 years. And so gray whales can live to be well into their 60s, 70s. And baleen whales, which gray whales are, they will actually give birth all the way throughout their life until they pass away. And so there have been some documented cases of some whales that are 50, 60, maybe even 70 years old still giving birth. And so it's pretty amazing that they're able to do that well into their life. And so if we say starts at 10, and we'll just ballpark say that she passes away at around 70, so that's 50 years. And if she has a calf every other year, that might be 25 calves. If it's every 3 years, it'd be 17, 18, something like that. So that's still a huge number of children over your lifetime. Now, gray whale mothers, they give birth to their calves down in Mexico, and then they nurse them. The calves drink milk, just like all other mammals do. But the milk that those gray whale calves are drinking is like 54% milk fat. And so I think I've heard that, like, for humans, for example, the milk that our infants are drinking is closer to like 2%, maybe a little bit higher, but 54% fat. It's basically like cream cheese or cottage cheese. And so it kind of makes sense, that milk, the calf isn't necessarily suckling, but when the calf is in position, the mother will actually squirt the milk into the calf's face. And it is so thick that it just sticks to the calf's mouth, and that whale is able to drink it and to gain weight. The exact way that it happens is still somewhat of a mystery, but we know that it does work because these calves get bigger and bigger and bigger from the months of like February and into March. They gain a couple thousand pounds. It's pretty incredible. So also, those mother gray whales, the females, they will basically bring their calf north with them on the migration, and then by July or August, that mother and the calf split ways. And so that mother has basically taught that baby whale everything there is to know about being a gray whale by that point. And so gray whales, again, they do not form pods or family groups. They're pretty much solitary their whole life. And so it's pretty incredible. You know, I have a toddler right now at my house, and I can't imagine 7 or 8 months. Okay, see you later. Good luck out there. But that's the way that these whales have been doing it for millions of years, and it's worked out pretty well. So again, there's around 25,000 or so of these whales in this population right now, and so they're pretty strong, pretty healthy. Some good questions. So hopefully that answered that for you, Kelly. Well, it's kind of been a slow patch right now. I haven't seen any whales in very close yet today. Still plenty of time to get some on the camera in here really close. But I'll just kind of leave the camera zoomed out at that 1 mile buoy, and we can all just kind of work together and watch for these spouts. And I do see hopefully some blue sky. Hopefully the wind is kind of blowing it this way, and as the light improves, so do our chances of spotting a few of these gray whales. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. I know we've got people with us today from all around the world. I was looking at our little analytics and our numbers for the last few days on our channel here, and let me just pull it up. It's pretty amazing the reach that this has had so far. It looks like around 175,000 people have interacted with some of our live streaming here in just the last 5 days. So just incredible. And I hope that everybody who is joining us is enjoying the stream. We feel really lucky to be able to bring this to you. And I hope that it's helping calm some people's minds a little bit, even if it's just for a few minutes. Hopefully you're able to see some whales and get excited about that. So stay tuned. More whales are on the way, I'm sure of it. If you've got any questions about whale watching in Oregon, be sure to hit up our Oregon State Parks website. That's www.oregonstateparks.org, and you can find yourself to our whale watching section and give you some great information about this visitor center and also all the other great parks in the area that can help you spot some whales. So stay tuned, I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright everybody, I'm back. This is Luke here at the Whale Center. It didn't take very long. Once we got a little bit of light, I was able to locate a whale. This one's only about, we'll say, a mile out in front of us. And so I caught a couple spouts on the camera here. It might have gone down for its dive. Oh, nope, there it is. There's its head and back. Kind of right on the right center of your screen. So we will try to keep up with this one here for a few minutes. Hopefully we'll get a few looks of it. And remember, gray whales will typically spout 3, 4, 5 times while they're migrating like this. Each one of those spouts is typically spread out by about 10 to 20 seconds, I would say. And then they will dive down deep underwater. Not super deep while they're traveling like this, but maybe 20, 30 feet down. And swim underwater for about 5 minutes. It's just a little more efficient for them to swim under the water as opposed to on top. If there's any competitive swimmers out there, you can cover a little more ground when you're under the water as opposed to all the extra drag of you being on the surface. And so they will usually swim for about 5 minutes, cover some ground, and then they'll come back up and spout over and over and over again pretty regularly. So we can anticipate that this whale will move from the south to the north, so from our left to our right. So I'll kind of zoom out here, and then we'll just kind of have to guess where it's going to pop up again. Probably over here someplace, but stay tuned. I bet we'll see this one a few more times. That was just our U.S. Coast Guard helicopter, either stationed out of Newport or maybe down in Coos Bay. But every morning they do a flight along the whole Central Coast and just making sure all the ships that are out there are in good shape. And so it's pretty neat when they give us a flyby like that. Stay tuned. We're going to try to catch up with this whale again. If you're just joining us, we're trying to track a whale. It's a gray whale. It's about 1 mile out in front of us, and we should see it again here in just a minute or two. All right, everybody, this is Luke here at the Whale Center. Well, this gray whale is holding its breath for quite a long time. It's been underwater for a few minutes at this point, but I expect it to pop up again here fairly soon, I hope. You know, these gray whales, they're mammals. They breathe air, just like us. They even have two lungs, just like you and I. But their lungs, each one of them is bigger than your household refrigerator. And so it's two refrigerators full of air, and that can last them a long time. You know, typically while they're swimming like this on this migration kind of pace, which is about 4 or 5 miles an hour, they typically hold their breath for about 5 minutes or so before they come up and spout again. But gray whales have been known to hold their breath for up to 30 minutes on occasion. And one of the reasons that they would do that is if a predator was in the area. And so, not saying that there's anything out in our water chasing our gray whale right now. I think this one's just kind of taking its time breathing. Oh, there, I think maybe this was it. Maybe this is a new one. Just had a nice spout back behind the 1 mile buoy. So this might be the whale that we were tracking a few minutes ago. But if you want to see some interesting spouting, check out that day 4 video when we did have the orcas here in the bay. And after the orcas passed through in front of us, there was a few gray whales that came up and were like spouting over and over and over again. And kind of when I rewatched the video, it kind of made me think maybe, oh, there was a spout. There's a little part of the splash, part of its body. I think I got it on the camera here now. So after the orcas left our area, a couple gray whales came up and it seemed like they were out of breath. And so I kind of suspect that they were holding their breath and hiding near the bottom, trying to avoid crossing paths with those orcas that came through. So pretty interesting, you know. Oh, I saw a little splash there. I'd like to see a nice big spout from this whale. Get it on the camera here for everyone. It just seems to be a singular whale passing by us right now, and again, that's very typical of these gray whales swimming by themselves. Oh, there it was, little tiny spout back there. Got it zoomed out as far as I can now. We're looking a little over a mile away, and hopefully we see another spout or two here before this one goes underwater again for a few minutes. So I believe that this is the first whale that we've caught on the camera this morning, but this brings my whale total up to 5 for the day so far. I got here about 9:30 this morning and spotted a few whales right away. So all in all, pretty good day so far. Kind of challenging light at first, but it's getting better, so I expect that we'll see some more whales. I was going over our totals for the whole week, Whale Watch week so far, and we've counted just about 70 gray whales. I think it was like 72 that myself and Ranger Peter and Ranger Hyla have spotted in just the 5 days so far. And then that pod of orcas also, that was kind of a bonus. Those are some bonus whales. And so pretty good. Pretty typical numbers for this time of year. You know, we're only watching for about 4 hours every day right now, and we're seeing around a dozen whales per day, even a little higher, so pretty good. Well, stay tuned. I'll see if I can't track down this whale again or find one that's even a little closer. Got some more folks joining us. Hi, Emily. Welcome from Bend. I hope you're having a nice morning over there. I know a lot of people have got their cup of coffee. They're sitting on their couch or in their pajamas maybe, watching whales. Pretty comfortable way to do it if you ask me. So, not me. I'm in full park ranger uniform. You guys know that. All right, everybody, stay tuned. We'll find some more whales. All right, again, everybody, this is Luke, Park Ranger here with Oregon State Parks, coming to you live from the Depot Bay Whale Center. So we have some really good light right now out towards our 1 mile buoy, so I'm just kind of pointing the camera in that direction. And I've just been notified that we have a very special guest watching our channel right now. And I think he is 4 years old, and I think Harbor is with us. So welcome, Harbor. I hope you're having a great morning so far. Next time you come and see us here at the Whale Watching Center, we got to make sure that you are a junior ranger. And so right now I'm finishing designing a whole bunch of really fun exhibits for all the kids who are watching. And so next time you come and see us here in the coming months, there'll be some really fun activities for you to do while you're here. And hopefully you get to see some whales while you're here also. So thank you again for everybody for being here, and especially you, Harbor. I hope you're having a great day. Well, stay tuned, everybody. We're going to try to track down a few more whales. We just watched one kind of pass in front of us. It's kind of moved off to our north, out actually into a little deeper water. So I'm kind of scanning down here to the south with my binoculars right now in hopes that I'll find a new one we can watch. So stay tuned and happy whale watching. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Still kind of waiting for our next whales to come through, and I'll get them out on the camera. But I do have some kind of goofy birds hanging out on our seawall. We'll zoom over here and see what's going on. I know there's hundreds of species of birds that kind of travel along the coast. But right now, I heard there's one. It's called a black oyster catcher. And they're actually a pretty interesting bird. They are, got it zoomed in here. These little black birds with a bright orange beak. And with a name like oyster catcher, you would expect them to eat oysters, right? Well, actually, they don't. And so I'm not sure exactly how they got that name, but they use that bright orange beak, you can see, to kind of probe down in our mussel beds here. And they're looking for any little worms or crabs or any little invertebrates that they can snag while it's low tide right now. They're pretty fascinating little birds. There's not a whole lot of them here on the Oregon coast. And so we actually have a pretty good number of them here in Depot Bay, which is good to see. You know, there's a little pocket of them, and so they're pretty cool little birds. You can look up here on our sea wall also. It looks like we have some lots of cormorants hanging out on the seawall right now. Cormorants are kind of an interesting bird also. They strictly eat stuff out in the ocean. And there's 3 different species of them here, and I think these ones are called pelagic cormorants, it looks like. They're kind of the greenish ones. So one of the unique adaptations that these birds have is that while most birds produce a whole bunch of oil, and they put it in their feathers and they help keep them warm and dry, that oil actually limits birds' abilities to dive underwater because it makes them warm and dry and buoyant, really. And so cormorants don't actually produce as much oil as other bird species do, and this enables them to dive and actually swim under the water very efficiently. And so they're actually excellent underwater swimmers. They use their wings to kind of propel themselves underwater. It's pretty amazing. But the downside to not having a whole bunch of oil in your feathers, keeping you warm and dry, is that occasionally you need to come out and warm up in the sun a little bit. And sometimes we'll see them kind of fanning their wings, trying to get their feathers to dry out a little bit so that they can actually fly. I mean, they still do fly, but they're just not great at it as compared to some other birds. Oh, there comes one landing. Yeah, so a couple neat bird species we've got right now hanging out on the rocks. Let's go ahead and go back out and look for some more whales, but we'll take the long way. We'll go over here and look at some of the waves. This is the very southern end of our bay. This is Depot Bay. You can see some beautiful waves crashing out there this morning. So if you're just joining us, the whales have been a little slower so far than the last couple days. Not necessarily because there's fewer out there, but we just have a little more challenging light conditions right now. It's a little darker out there than it has been the last couple days, but we do have some blue sky overhead right now, and so I anticipate very quickly we'll see some more whales again. We have captured 1 whale on the camera so far today, and I actually saw 4 other gray whales before we got started. Oh, I just saw a whale over here. So let's go back over here. Just behind these foam bubbles out in the water, I saw a pretty good spout. Hopefully we'll catch it on the camera again. So, hope everybody's enjoying the stream. And yeah, I got lots of folks. Hello from Klamath Falls. Hi, Caitlin. Welcome to the stream. Lots of folks. I hope you're enjoying the stream today from wherever you're from. And yeah, if you are new to our channel, be sure to check out some of the other streams from earlier this week. We've seen a lot of really interesting stuff over the last couple days. If you go all the way back to day 1, you'd be with Ranger Peter. And in the afternoon, he had a gray whale breaching. And he did catch it on the camera one time. So if you want to see that, you can head to the video from the Whale Watch Week Day 1, 2020. And I commented down in the comment section a little timestamp, and you're able to just click on that, and it'll take you right to when Peter saw that whale breaching. That whale was about 2 miles out, and so it's a long way out, but you can kind of see it come out of the water, then a huge splash. And that's the only breach that we have had so far while we've been streaming. Day 3 of the Whale Watch Week, I think it was Monday, we had some excellent whale watching right away. As soon as I turned the cameras on, within 15 or 20 minutes, we had already spotted 8 gray whales out on the horizon and in the bay. So if you want a good example of when it's really busy, you can check out that stream from day 3. And on day 4, we had a pod of orcas, also called killer whales, come into the bay. That was super exciting. I have only seen orcas in Depot Bay one other time personally, and I am here a lot. And these orcas, they came really, really close into the bay, the closest I had ever seen orcas come into our bay. And after consulting with some of our local orca experts, I think the conclusion has been made that those were a pod of transient orcas. Transient orcas are the marine mammal eating orcas, and so they were here most likely hunting seals and sea lions, and they could have been harassing some of our gray whales also. I did not witness that myself, but I know that they would have been the ones that could do that. So pretty crazy, but you can go to that video. That's day 4 of the 2020 Spring Whale Watch Week. And similar, I've put a timestamp on that. So you can go straight to when the orcas were here in our bay. Pretty exciting. And then yesterday, day 5, we had a pretty nice day of whale watching. The weather was very, very cooperative. Beautiful sunny skies pretty much all day. And we were able to see, I think, about 15 whales by the end of the stream. And a couple of the whales were super close. And I put some timestamps in yesterday's video so you can go and click and see. We had 2 juvenile gray whales right in the bay. One of them was less than 5 feet from shore, and I actually captured it on the camera right before a Coast Guard boat was coming back into the harbor, so that was pretty exciting. So far today, we've seen 1 whale on the camera. It was a little over a mile away. I did just spot another one kind of back in the bubbles on the south end of the bay, but I think it's a smaller one, not showing itself very well. So we'll just kind of leave the camera zoomed in towards the buoy right now until I get another good strong spouting whale, and we'll zoom out to it there as soon as we can. So let me know if you've got any questions or comments in that chat box, and I will let everybody know. If I know the answers, we'll get them answered here for you. So thank you again, everybody, for joining us wherever you are here from, and stay tuned for some more whales. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. I saw a question came in from Emily. How do the whales know how to stay away from the boats? Great question, Emily. Actually, so the whales actually have really good hearing, first and foremost, and they can actually hear the boats moving around for sure. Some whales, if they hear a boat, they just kind of steer clear altogether. But other whales, they don't really seem to mind the boats. Obviously, if you are a boater and you're out in the ocean and you see a whale, there are some pretty strict rules about how close you can get to that animal. Here in the United States, you are required to stay 100 yards away. You cannot approach a whale within 100 yards. And so a lot of times the fishermen or even the whale watch boats here in Depot Bay in the summertime, they'll go out and they're either fishing or looking for whales, and they'll actually just kind of put their boat in neutral and they're drifting with the wind and the current. And a lot of times the whales will actually come closer to them. And so while you are not allowed to run up right next to a whale, sometimes the whales do come to kind of see what you are doing. They're curious. But great question, Emily. That's true of our gray whales here, and that's not necessarily the case for other whale species. Those orcas, like the ones that we saw a few days ago, you're actually required to stay even further back from them. I think it's 300 yards. I'll have to do a little more research on them. Orcas are definitely not our strong suit here in Depot Bay. We typically are talking about gray whales and humpbacks and stuff. But yeah, the orcas, because they're just faster, they're way quicker, you need to stay further back from them for sure. But again, they can hear the boats. They're able to kind of steer clear if they want. And that's the whole idea, is just giving the whale enough space that it can, if it does want to leave or not be around you, that it has plenty of options to do so. Great question. Oh, we got some more folks chiming in here. Paul's down in Seal Rock. Hey, Paul. Hope you're having a good day. And Elizabeth from West Valley, Utah. And oh yeah, you got some snow and earthquakes. Oh, great. Yeah, I read about that in the paper. Very crazy. So yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying the view today. It's turning out to be another beautiful day here on the Central Oregon coast. A little slower on the whales right now, but we're still watching. We've caught one on the camera so far, and I've seen 5 total for the day. So the skies are clearing even more. See a nice big patch of blue headed our way, so hopefully we'll see some more whales here really soon. Stay tuned, everybody, and let me know if you got any more questions or comments. Thanks. Bye. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke here at the Whale Watching Center in Depot Bay. Beautiful Oregon State Parks Visitor Center. Well, still kind of on the watch. It's been a little while since we've spotted any whales, but this time of year, sometimes we just have to wait a little bit. We call this whale waiting. Oh, I just saw a spout, so that didn't take very long. Let me try to get out to it. Whale watching can be a very patience-testing activity, especially if you are in a hurry. The spout that I saw was quite a ways out, a mile and a half or 2 miles or so. There it is, way back here. So it should be close to kind of the center of your screen next time it comes up. This looks like another gray whale, what we'd expect to see right now for sure. And so we're also starting to get a little bit of wind out over the ocean there. Some white caps are starting to form. I think our wind is supposed to be about 10 miles an hour a little bit later this afternoon, so that might make it a little challenging to see some more whales, but we'll keep going. We'll see some. And so, had a couple spouts out of this whale. Let me zoom out, make sure we're able to see where it went. So this will be the 6th whale I've spotted today. This is the 2nd one that we've seen on the cameras anyway. We'll just kind of watch and wait and see if this one cooperates and hopefully gives everybody a chance to see it. I did see some, I think I saw a spout way in the back too, kind of on the edge. You know, the spouts, they do look different than the waves. You know, they're going to shoot straight up as opposed to sideways, so it was a very strong maybe anyway. Saw some questions coming in. Let me take a look here real quick. Kelly asks, how do the whales know their migration path? Very, very good question. Gray whales, for a really long time, it has been thought that they actually listen to the surf. It's thought that they listen to the waves kind of pounding against the shore to kind of give them an idea of which direction they're going, traveling north or south. So in the spring, like right now, they'd be listening on their right side. In the winter, they'd be listening on their left side. Now, that's been kind of what people have assumed or thought for quite a long time until recently. They've been satellite tagging a lot of whales, not a lot. They have been satellite tagging a few whales every year for probably 2 decades now. And so they have some really interesting data, like GPS coordinates and their tracks of where these whales go. And most of the whales, even the ones that they do satellite track, they stay relatively close to the shore. And so in theory, like, yeah, they could hear the ocean. They could hear the waves for sure. Now, there was a whale that OSU researcher Bruce Mate tagged, I want to say it was in 2014, I could be mistaken, and her name was Vivara, and he actually tagged her way over in Russia, I believe. Kind of in the Sakhalin Islands, I want to say. I'd have to double check. But anyway, this whale, Vivara, she swam straight across the Pacific Ocean and ended up in Newport and then headed south and did the rest of the migration with the other gray whales. And so it really made some people kind of scratch their heads, like, I thought gray whales stayed close to shore all the time. But so there's definitely a lot that we do not know. Now, as for how do the whales kind of know where to go to begin with, you know, one thing that is noticed is that as a mother brings its calf back north this year, that calf will usually do that same kind of path year after year, if that makes sense.
So that baby is learning from its mom where to go, and then it kind of continues to do that for presumably the rest of its life. But it's kind of hard to tell, you know. So there's a lot of research that is ongoing when it comes to gray whale migrations, all that kind of good stuff. So that whale that swam straight across the ocean and then all the way down to Mexico, that whale actually has the world record for the longest migration of any mammal on the planet. And so I think it's over 13,000 miles that whale swims every year doing that journey. So pretty incredible how far these whales go year after year. Pretty awesome. So let's see. Hello from St. Helens. Is there any way we can hear live whale songs near you? Short answer, no. None of our whales are very vocal. Our gray whales they do talk a little bit, but nothing that is attractive to listen to. If you want to go hear whales, I would suggest going to Hawaii. Head over there in January, February. The humpback whales sing there a lot. That's when the males are trying to attract the females with their songs. Those would be kind of the most, I think people think about that the most when they think about whale songs. But good question, but unfortunately no. There are some interpretive displays down at the Oregon Institute of Marine Biology in Coos Bay, Charleston area. They have a really cool exhibit that actually talks all about whale songs. And you can listen to them there, I guess. That's probably your closest. We've got a question. What are the family structures like for gray whales? Do pairs mate for life? Good question. So gray whales don't maintain any kind of a family structure. They are going to be solitary most of their life. The exceptions to that would be during the breeding season when they're all together down in Mexico and they're all kind of mixing up the gene pool on a yearly basis. And then also this time of year we would expect to see some mothers and their calves swimming together. But again, those mothers and calves will only stay together for about 7 or 8 months, and then they kind of swim away from each other. So, nope, gray whales, they have different partners every year. A good way to ensure some good genetic diversity. So good question. Nathan said saw some orcas in Brookings a few years ago. Yeah. Less common that spot for whales. It can be. You know, I was down in Brookings last spring for a training, and I spotted a whole bunch of gray whales this time of year. It was in March last year when I was down there. And so I think, you know, I know that there are lots of gray whales in Brookings. I think people just aren't looking for them as much. You know, it's not known as much as a hot spot as other locations on the coast, but especially this time of year, March, April, May, you are going to see lots of whales pretty much anywhere you look on the Oregon coast, just due to this migration that's happening right now. So let me go zoom out here to the 1 mile buoy. I thought I saw something behind it, maybe. We'll see if we can catch it. These whales are being very sneaky today, just a couple spouts here and there. And I think part of it's just our light. The camera and our eyes aren't able to see the spouts as well today. So we'll just kind of stay tuned and see if we can catch a few more on the camera here. Janie asks, what is the lifespan of a gray whale? A gray whale can live around 70, maybe even 80 years. And so they can live quite a long time. That's kind of a standard for a lot of these gray whales, is right in that 70, 80 year range. And that would be for the gray whales. Other whale species can live shorter or longer, just kind of depending on what's normal for them. For example, some of the orcas that we just saw, orcas actually the orca females live a really long time. Some of them over 100 years. Actually, there was a very well-known female orca from that Pacific coast residents, the southern Pacific Coast residents. Did I say that right? I think so. And her name was Granny. She just passed away a few years ago, and I believe that she was 104 when she passed away. And so orcas can live a very, very long time. Other species of whales, right whales, I think, they're very rare here. We do have some in the Pacific, but it'd be extremely rare to see from shore. There's a lot of right whales on the East Coast. They're actually endangered right now, but there is a concentration of them on the East Coast, up in the New England area. And some of those whales can actually be over 200 years old. They live an extremely long time. And so a few years ago, a whale was struck by a ship, and they were examining it and trying to learn as much as they could from it. And they found artifacts in it from hunting techniques that were over 200 years old. And so I don't want to say specifics, I'm not sure, but they found tools that were being used by people over 200 years ago in that whale's body, like they had attempted to hunt it but failed. And for the last couple hundred years, that whale had been swimming around with projectiles, in its blubber layers. And so they were able to kind of deduce, like, well, if somebody was chasing this with this type of a bronze harpoon, obviously it was alive back then, and pretty crazy. Yeah, so good question. How long do the whales live? Hi, Elizabeth. All right, cool. Well, we've got a lot of people on the stream here with us, and unfortunately I don't have a lot of whales to look at right now, but we're going to keep trying. I'll do another scan here with my binoculars. Actually, here's what I'll do. I'll kind of zoom the camera out on the horizon and do kind of a slow pan. It's one way I kind of look for whales sometimes when it's slow like this. I'll kind of zoom it out and then just slowly move across the horizon. If I can focus here. All right, so stay tuned. We'll find you some whales here as soon as we can. Hey, that didn't take very long. So just above that half-mile buoy, I saw that spout. I'm gonna guess that's that whale that I spotted about 5 minutes ago, off to our south. So keep your eyes above and to the right, kind of in the center top of your screen is where I just saw that spout. So we'll leave the camera right here for a moment and see if we can't see that one again. All right, there it was again, just a little spout way back there. This whale is probably closer to 3 miles away, if not even a little further. It's way out there. Let me try to zoom out as far as I can where that whale was just coming up. So yeah, our visibility is not great right now, and that's why we're kind of having some struggles finding some whales, but when there's a nice big strong spout, we are still seeing them. So this is, I think, that second whale. It's a gray whale out there by itself. We'll see if we get another spout or two from it before we kind of keep looking. Well, just a lot of water right now. I'm not seeing anything on that kind of quick scan of the horizon other than just that one whale. So we'll kind of go back in that general direction and see if we can't find that one again, even though it is so far away. Yeah, so these whales, every day is different. You know, kind of depends on where they feel like swimming. Oh, I saw that spout right in the screen there. Should be right kind of in the center. Each day is a little different, you know, based on what we can see and where the whales decide to swim. And so today, everything that we have spotted has been way out there. And so just kind of have to be patient, and we'll see some here throughout the day, hopefully, in a little closer. But I hope you're enjoying the feed so far. It's about 11:40 a.m. Pacific time here, and we'll be streaming today till about 2 o'clock is the plan. And if you're just joining us, this is the second gray whale we've seen on the camera. And this is the 6th one I've seen so far today. Saw 4 before we had the cameras up and going. We're coming to you live from Depot Bay, Oregon. We're celebrating the spring migration of the gray whales. And so this time of year, thousands of gray whales are traveling north along our coast, heading back to Alaska, and we're just kind of catching them on the cameras as they swim by. So hope you're enjoying the stream. If you have questions about this facility or any of the other great Oregon State Parks, there it was, way out there. Yeah, this whale's probably 3 miles plus. If you have questions about this place or any of the other great Oregon State Parks, be sure to check out the website, www.oregonstateparks.org. You can keep informed about all the latest closures due to the COVID-19 virus and the planned reopening. I believe right now all the parks will be reopened on May 8th. I can tell you that there's a team of people working every day just kind of assessing the situation and doing some excellent work about helping keeping all of our visitors safe, and our staff and our volunteers. You know, typically this time of year, if we had our visitor center open, we have about 2,000 people every day come through our visitor center. And so right now, obviously things are way different than normal years. And so that goes for all the Oregon State Parks, but just helping people, trying to encourage people to stay home and to stay safe right now. And the better we can do right now, I know it's hard, but the better we can do right now, the better we're going to be in the long run. So I hope everybody's staying safe, and I hope that this camera can bring you a little bit of happiness here as we're looking out over the ocean and seeing a few whales. So let me go ahead and zoom back in on our buoys, just because that whale is so far out there it hurts my eyes to look anymore. So let's go out here to that 1 mile buoy. It's this red and white one here. And we'll stay kind of a broad zoom, and hopefully we can pick up a spout if we see one coming here. So take a quick look at our chat, see if there's any questions. How deep do they dive? Steve asked. Good question, Steve. It kind of depends. If they're migrating like this, they might dive down, 20 or 30 feet pretty regularly, but it actually kind of depends on how big the waves are. And so if we had like 20-foot waves out there, they would dive down much deeper to try to get below the turbulence of that wave action. And so, these whales right now, we're watching them swim, and they still have 3,000 miles to go before they get to Alaska. And so they're trying to do that as efficiently as possible. And so they find the best depth based on the wave condition. In the summertime when they're feeding, usually they're diving, 100 feet or less is where most of their food can be found. So here in Depot Bay in the summertime, a lot of times the whales are only in like 10 feet of water. So very, very shallow also. But good question. Let's take a look here. Hi from Oregonians living in Scotland. Hi, Olga. I hope Scotland is treating you well right now. I know we had somebody earlier with us who's in Israel, so it's really cool to see a lot of international folks finding these cameras as well. Awesome. Well, if you've got any questions or comments, go ahead and leave me something in that chat box, and when I see it, I'll try to respond if I can. And stay tuned as we kind of keep our eyes out for these gray whales as they're traveling north along the Oregon coast. Again, if you've got any more questions about this place, go ahead and check out that Oregon State Park website, oregonstateparks.org. You can also find us on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, all that kind of good stuff. If you want to stay connected, be sure to sign up for all those services. I know that our marketing team is doing a really good job right now of keeping everybody in the loop with what's going on, and also providing some really cool insights and some digital experiences in our parks right now. So check those places out too. All right, everybody, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks, and we are here today at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. We are still on the watch for some more gray whales to come through. Kind of in a little slow patch right now. I've got our cameras zoomed out at the half-mile buoy, and you'll see that the sun has come out, and there's a whole bunch of sea lions taking a nap out there right now. Nice dry spot to take a nap. Taking a look at the chat right now. See, we've got some comedians out there. Grilled cheese. Good one, Paul. What's a whale's favorite sandwich? All right, well, there is a whale spout, thankfully, so we don't have to come up with more whale jokes for a little while anyway. So the spout I saw was down here off the south end of our bay. Let's see if this one will cooperate and show itself here a little bit. This one was probably 3/4 of a mile out. It might be one of the smaller ones that we've been watching the last couple days. In kind of closer, looking for some food, but let me leave the camera pointed over in this direction for a little bit, and hopefully we get another chance to see these whales. So, if you're just joining us, we have spotted 2 gray whales on our cameras so far. A little slower than the last couple days, but I expect to see quite a few more here by the time we're done. It's almost 12 o'clock noon, our local time, and we'll be streaming for about 2 more hours today as we're celebrating day 6 of the 2020 Spring Whale Watch Week. So thanks everybody for being here, and stay tuned. All right, folks, there it is. I've got it on it should be in the center of the camera here now. Saw a couple more good spouts from it. Hopefully, now that we finally have it located, it'll come up again and we can see it at least spout another time. So right over there is a pretty common feeding area for these gray whales, especially in the summertime. And a lot of people want to know, what do these whales eat here in Depot Bay? And a lot of people have heard of krill before, but we don't have any krill this close to shore here in Oregon. The food that these gray whales are searching for usually is a little zooplankton called a mysid shrimp. That's M-Y-S-I-D. They're a very tiny little plankton. Each one of them grows to about the size of a grain of rice, maybe a little bit bigger. But in the summer months, there are so many of them that they literally block out the sun underwater.
There are billions and billions of those little mysids, and they really are a crucial part of that food chain for all of our marine species here on the Central Oregon coast. You know, these whales are feeding on mysids, and so are juvenile rockfish and young salmon and steelhead and lots of other prey species of fish depend on these little mysids and other little zooplankton creatures that we have an abundance of here on this section of the coast. So yeah, pretty fascinating. You know, these whales can be 40 tons or about 80,000 pounds, but all they eat is something the size of a grain of rice. It's just incredible. You know, it's estimated that every day these gray whales eat about 2,000 pounds of those little plankton. And so that's every day all summer long. It's just kind of a good indication that there's a lot in the water there that these whales have been kind of honing in on and able to find to sustain themselves. So in the summertime, we have between 200 and 300 gray whales that instead of migrating all the way up to Alaska, they will actually pull over here along the Oregon, Washington, and kind of British Columbia coasts. They have learned, there's the spout. Did I get it on the camera? I think it was right over here on the right a little bit. They have learned that they don't have to swim as far. There's enough food here for them. Now, we do not have enough food to sustain the full 25,000 in the population, but it's apparently enough food to sustain about 1% of the whole population. And so it's pretty neat. And those whales, their name is kind of the Pacific Coast Feeding Group. And those are what have been kind of nicknamed the resident whales of Oregon over the years. So they're actually just our summer residents. They're still snowbirds, like a lot of my relatives. They all head south for the cold winter months up here. Ooh, there's a big spout. Let me go over here just a little bit closer to our half-mile buoy. And that whale, I thought it was actually swimming the wrong way. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. But yeah, so all summer long, after we're done hunkering down, staying home, we definitely want to invite everybody out to the coast, you know, over the summer months and even into the fall, to come out and take a look at these whales up close and personal. It can be really, really exciting. So I've got a little flurry of activity here. At least 2 whales are visible right now. So let me put down the microphone for a little bit and kind of focus on our camera and make sure I can capture these ones on the screen here for everybody. I see one question here from Kelly. How often do they feed when they're migrating? Great question, Kelly. When they're migrating south towards Mexico, they don't eat at all. They're just focused on getting down there to Mexico. Now, on this northbound migration, whales will from time to time come close to shore and look for a snack, but ultimately Depot Bay is probably not this whale's destination. It will probably go all the way up to Alaska. Oh, I saw my spout again. And so what I kind of think about is these whales right now, they're pulling over for fast food. They're grabbing a quick bite to eat, but they're still going to Alaska, you know, where they can find more food, a little better quality of food. So good questions. Hang tight, everybody. Let me try to get these whales on the camera. All right, everybody. Well, I have two whales that I can see right now. They're both about 3/4 of a mile out. And I've got this one kind of zoomed in on the camera, but I think it's gone down for a dive. And there's another one coming up behind it. So let me kind of zoom out here and see if we can catch whichever one comes up next. I'll try to zoom out to it. So very typical, you know, it's been quiet for the last hour or so, and then all of a sudden we've got two whales really close. So lots going on out here this morning. All of a sudden, a couple whales in really close. We'll just wait and see, and hopefully they'll come up a few more times, and I will do my best to get them on the camera so everybody can get a nice close look. So two more gray whales. This will be whale number 3 and 4 for the camera, but it'll be, I've seen 8 whales so far today now since about 9:30 this morning. So still a pretty good day so far. So hang tight. Let me try to catch them on the camera for y'all. All right, so this one's moving pretty quick. It's now in between our two buoys, definitely headed north. So we'll try to catch it on the camera here next time it comes up. It's a nice sized gray whale passing by our view here in Depot Bay right now. There's a couple of them I can see. This is the closest one right now for sure. So we'll try to stay with this one. And again, these gray whales will typically come up and spout 3 or 4 times and then do a dive where they will travel underwater for about 5 minutes. So we'll hopefully see another few spouts before they go underwater for an extended period of time. All right, well that one seems to have gone down. So let me try to catch up to this one just to the south of our buoy here. It appears to be a smaller gray whale, not as large as that other one. But it might be kind of stopping behind one of our reefs, also looking for some food. They definitely keep us guessing on a day like today. So hang tight, let's see if I can catch them on the camera. Okay, well I've got that one. It's moving off to our north. Has come up now a couple times. Got the camera in the right area for this one again. See if we can't catch another couple spouts from it. They're being very sneaky today. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Well, while we're waiting for this whale to show itself again, I see a few questions have come back in on the chat box there. Jessica asked, is their migration time very consistent each year, or do they wait for particular temps to start heading in each direction? No, that's a great question. We do notice a little bit of variation, specifically in that winter migration. When the whales are heading south, there seems to be a little bit more variation that time of year. And the theory is that yes, it depends on the ice up in the Arctic. If the ice starts to form early in the season, then they all leave relatively early. Or if the ice starts forming later, then the migration is sometimes delayed a little bit. And I mean a little bit, maybe like a week or two, not like months or anything like that. But we do definitely notice it in the winter sometimes. Usually kind of the peak of the migration for us over the years has been kind of that last week in December through the first 10 days in January. But again, there's a little bit of variation with that. You know, maybe it could move forward a little bit one way or the other, a week or two. But yeah, great question. I know that Oregon State University has done a lot of research on that, and the Marine Mammal Institute. So if you want some more specifics, I would definitely reach out to those folks. They have done a lot of the research about the gray whale migrations here for the last 40 years. You know, in the beginning of our streams, I always say that the Oregon State Parks, we have been, excuse me, we have been documenting the gray whale migration for 41 years. We have been a partner in documenting this migration for the past 41 years. Originally in the late 1970s, Oregon State University was the kind of founders of this whale watch program. And some of their early research was around the whale migrations. Their researchers quickly realized, hey, a good way to gather more data about the numbers of whales that are going by the Oregon coast would be to enlist the help of volunteers. And so for the past 41 years, Oregon State Parks has been a partner, and then in the early 80s, we kind of took over the whale watching program and have kind of carried it out ever since, utilizing lots of partners over the years. And so usually this time of year, I have about 300 volunteers spread out along the whole Oregon coast, and those folks are out there documenting the numbers of whales that they're seeing, and also their job is to interact with thousands of people every day. And so obviously this year we're not doing any of that, just to help kind of slow the spread of this coronavirus. But a typical spring whale watch season, us here at our visitor center and our volunteers with their boots on the ground, we typically count 2,000 to 3,000 gray whales in the week that we do this event. And last year, us here at our visitor center and the folks out there in all of our parks, we talked basically one-on-one with around 35,000 people who come out to our parks to see and look for these whales and learn about them. So again, obviously everybody's very aware. None of that's happening right now. We're all kind of hunkering down. But it's become an extremely powerful program here on the Oregon coast, and we're very, very proud to be a part of it. And it's just a real great way to interact with a lot of our community members, volunteers, and then just people who come to the coast this time of year to see these animals. So yeah, so I know that hopefully that kind of answered your question and then some. So Graybeard asks, I'm sure it's been asked, how long do they stay underwater between breaths? Good question. So typically while they're migrating like this, they will come up and spout 3 to 4 times, and those spouts are usually separated by about 15 to 30 seconds, somewhere in there. Each whale is a little bit different. But then they'll dive underwater for about 5 minutes. Well, we've got our Coast Guard rescue boat coming back in here. I saw them leave pretty early this morning and head south down towards Newport. I don't know if they had an actual call or if they were just down doing some training, but we can zoom in on them here really close and watch them as they come through the harbor here. So I see a few more questions and I'll get back to them here in just a second, but let's watch this boat come through the harbor. Well, everybody's all bundled up on the boat out there today. It was pretty chilly here this morning. When I got up, it was only about 34 degrees. And for us at the coast, that is way too cold. We're not used to that. And so everybody here's had a long ride back up from the south, it looks like. And so they're just waiting to get confirmation before they can enter this harbor. Usually, well, it isn't usual. It's the standard protocol here that if you are a ship entering or exiting this harbor, you have to call the Coast Guard stationed inside the harbor first before you're allowed to come in. And I actually just saw a whale spout above them, kind of out towards the top of your view there now. The harbor entrance, it's very narrow, like we've talked about, but there's also a blind corner in it. And so one way to limit the chance of boats running into each other is that you have to call to get permission before you come and go from our harbor there. So, oops, there they go. A little calmer day than yesterday. If you remember yesterday when the Coast Guard vessels were coming back into the harbor, it's pretty choppy and they had to wait out there a little while before they could make it through safely. All right, so there's a whale spouting out here. We'll zoom out here to it. Try to get it on the camera here. This is one I've been trying to track all morning. It's been very shy. So I've seen 2 spouts there. Hopefully we get a couple more and we're able to get that one on the camera for y'all to see. So hope you're enjoying the camera feed today. It's been a little slower on the whale watching front, but it is turning into a very pleasant day here in Depot Bay, and I expect that we'll see a few more whales before we're done. It is now about almost 12:30 our time, so we've got another hour and a half or so of streaming. So stay tuned, and hopefully we'll see a few more whales here pretty soon. Hello again there, everybody. This is Luke here, Park Ranger at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Let me get back to our questions here while we're waiting for some more whales to come back through. Aleem asks, how fast baby whales grow into adult whales? Good question. So when a baby gray whale is born, they are already 15 feet long and they weigh 2,000 pounds, believe it or not. They spend the first few months of their life drinking milk, just like all mammals. They drink around 50 gallons of milk per day, and while they're nursing, they think they gain around 4 or 5 pounds every hour. And so they gain weight very quickly. By the time they leave Baja, down in Mexico, they've already doubled in weight. They're like little sausages with tails. And then they swim back north. And again, after about 8 months, they're on their own. They're a fully independent gray whale. Now that whale will continue to eat and migrate and eat and migrate. And by the time that they're between 8 and 10 years old, they are going to be pretty close to fully grown at that point. And so, yeah, about 8 to 10 years old, and they're pretty close to mature at that point. So, great question. Yeah. Another one, Steve asks, how far do they average a day? And so these gray whales, they're really not sleeping right now. They are just swimming nonstop. And so we guess that they average about 4 miles an hour. So about 100 miles, give or take, every day, which makes sense. They've got 3,000 miles to go from here in Depot Bay all the way up to Alaska. They've got about another month of swimming, a little more, a little less, depending on, weather and ocean currents, all that kind of good stuff. But great question. Yeah. So gray whales, while they're migrating, swim about 100 miles per day. Good question. Jill said, I volunteered once. It was so much fun. I hope to volunteer again sometime. Hi, Jill. I remember you. I hope you're doing well and hope to see you again in the future. Yep. See some questions about that Coast Guard rescue boat. Yep, 2 of them here in Depot Bay. Thanks, Bill. And Rick knew that also. Yep. If you are a fisherman or fisherwoman out here on the Oregon coast and you run into some problems, you hope that one of those boats comes and helps you out, and they are really, really good at it. So, Jacqueline asks, how fast do the whales swim during migration? About 4 miles an hour. Yep. And then she also asks, how do the mom whales teach their young to swim? Great question. So down in Mexico, when they're first born, their mother actually will kind of roll underneath them and hold them up, and so they can get their first few breaths. I have not seen that myself. I haven't been down there yet, but I really hope to in the future. And then that mother is just nursing that calf at first, and then over the month and a half that mother and calf are down there, that mother will kind of teach that baby some of the basics of swimming. One of the researchers who we work with, she tells a story about these whales, these mother whales and their calves. They've kind of found these current channels in the lagoons, like as the tide is coming in or going out, and the water's kind of, mostly going one way or the other. These mother whales will kind of coax their calves out into these channels of current and make them stay out there and swim into the current for, a few minutes at a time, and then 10 minutes at a time, and then a half hour at a time. And she says it seems to be kind of like a baby gray whale treadmill. And so it's like those mothers are teaching their babies, like, okay, keep going, you got to do this, And so kind of an interesting observation that she has made down there over the last years. And I totally trust her. She has been studying these gray whales for almost 40 years. And so she's a real wealth of knowledge. But yeah, really good question. How do they teach their young? They just kind of do it, Obviously, some of it is instinct, but I think there's definitely a teaching element also. Awesome. Well, I think that's all the questions for now. I've just got the camera zoomed in on out at our half-mile buoy right now. And so as soon as I see some more whales come up, I'll zoom out to them as fast as I can. If you're just joining us, we've caught a handful of whales on the camera today. I think 4. I saw 4 whales before we got the cameras on today, so I've personally spotted 8. And so it's a little slower than the last couple days for sure, but there's still a few whales out there. All of our whales have been quite a ways away today. None of them in the bay like they were yesterday, but there's still time for that to change. So stay tuned, everybody, and as soon as I see some more whales or see some more questions come in, we'll jump out here. Oh, I see one more question came in. Owen, 7 years old, wants to know, how fast do the Coast Guard ships normally go? Owen, those Coast Guard boats can go really fast, like over 30 miles an hour out on the water, and that's pretty quick. They are a very, very fast ship, but then their main purpose isn't to be super fast. Their main job is to be really safe. And so I think one of the coolest things about those Coast Guard ships is, say there was some kind of a huge wave that hit that boat and it knocked it over, that ship would pop back up, and it would pop back up the right direction. And so those boats can roll over a whole 360 degrees and pop back up and then still go. They're a pretty amazing piece of machinery, and they're very, very good to have. Most of the commercial harbors or recreational harbors here on the Oregon coast have some Coast Guard rescue boats stationed there over the summer months at least. Here in Depot Bay, they're here year-round, just because of the amount of traffic that's out there in front of them. So, good question, Owen. And if there's any fishermen on this channel right now, I've always wondered, how many tuna rods do you think we could put on the back of one of those Coast Guard boats? Any guesses on that? So, all right, everybody, stay tuned. Thanks for the questions, and we'll be back when I see some more whales. All right, whale watchers. Well, we've got a couple small gray whales kind of feeding in the south end of our bay. These are those ones that are just spouting very inconsistently, but I caught that one on the camera. But yeah, just kind of waiting for some more bigger whales to come through, hopefully pass closer in front of us here so we can get a good look at them. But either way, there's a couple whales we're looking at right now. Oh, there's another nice big spout right over here. They're both kind of feeding off of an area called Flat Rock, just kind of behind it. And it's always a place where food, if there is any, kind of gets concentrated. And so these gray whales, they seem to kind of know that, and they seem to kind of circle around there a few times. So we'll leave the camera pointed this way for a little while and see if we can't catch them a few more times here. Let's see. We've got a few comments here. When my son was a little one, he said, no, we bought him a stuffed otter from the visitor center. He named him Oddie. We still have him. Oh, that's awesome. Yep, Susan, that's a great story. I remember coming into this visitor center when I was a kid, and it was actually a made in Oregon store back then. And so it's been a lot of things over the year. But this building, actually, the Depot Bay State Park, it has a pretty cool story. It was built in 1956 by the Oregon Highway Department as a rest stop visitor center. You know, back then, Highway 101 was pretty new. It was a relatively new thing to be able to just drive along the highway and look at the coast and enjoy all of this beautiful scenery. And so people were stopping here, and they built this little visitor center observation area, and has restrooms. That's what a lot of people know it for, is it's a good place to pull over and go to the bathroom. But over the years, you know, the state parks and the highway department sold it to the city of Depot Bay. And then I know the Made in Oregon store was here for a while. And then the Newport Aquarium was kind of in here for a little while also. But in the early 2000s, Oregon State Parks had the opportunity to reacquire the building, and they did. And since that time, there's been some ongoing maintenance to the building, just to kind of get it back up to speed. And we're happy to announce that, you know, we just installed some brand new interpretive exhibits all over in this in the building itself. There's some video monitors that we use, you know, all the time when we're looking for whales. So right now this camera is going out live to you wherever you are via the internet, but when we are not streaming live, we use these cameras every day to kind of look around in the ocean and see whales all summer long and all throughout the year. So some really neat tools. Some beautiful interpretive panels were just put in. There's a nice little spout. Try to zoom out here to this one. But it's a really beautiful building, just kind of overlooking the ocean here in Depot Bay. Just a great place to come in, get out of the weather. And, oh, look at that spout. Beautiful. That's the best shot we've had on the camera all day. And so there's a nice gray whale spouting right there in the center of your screen. Hopefully we'll see it come up again here. It only took 3 hours today to find a good one like that. Yep, great spot, beautiful park. Let's see. Somebody says that thing can hold 30 tuna racks. That's awesome. Yep. And Sam asked, hey, were you able to figure out which orcas those were? Hi, Sam. Yeah, and so I reached out to some of our local experts who focus on orcas, and they let me know that those are actually a transient pod of orcas, and so not the Pacific Coast resident orcas. And so, yeah, I originally called them the Puget Sound orcas, and they let me know, hey, actually we call them the Pacific Northwest resident orcas. And so, yep, those orcas that we saw on day 4 of our live stream, those were a transient pod of orcas, and they were presumably here hunting seals and sea lions or even gray whales. We didn't see them attack anything, but I'm sure, and I commented on it during the video, I did see our harbor seals like swimming as fast as they could back into the harbor. And so, you know, they were actually being hunted in that moment, and so they knew to get out of the pool as fast as they could. So yeah, good question, Sam. And those transient orcas, that was really, really cool. That's the first time I've seen them that close here in Depot Bay, so that was an amazing experience. And again, if you want to check that out, go look at our day 4 video, Whale Watch Week Day 4 2020, Orcas in the Bay, and there's a timestamp down in the comments, and you can click on that and go right to when the orcas, those killer whales, came into the bay. Great question. And Jacqueline asked, when do the baby whales leave their mothers? Yeah, so in about August is when we see the gray whale mothers and calves kind of just swim their separate ways here in Depot Bay. And that's pretty consistent all along the west coast for these gray whales. So, yep, August, early September, and those mothers and the baby gray whales from this year will just kind of swim their own ways and then be pretty much independent the rest of their life. Great question. So stay tuned, everybody. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Going to go make a couple phone calls. I'll leave the camera pointed over here right now where we're watching these whales back behind those bubbles there. I just saw one come up. Let me zoom out just a little bit to try to capture them here. So thanks again, everybody, for being here. And stay tuned. We'll find some more whales.
All right, everybody. Well, those whales are doing a really good job of hiding again. But we'll kind of zoom around over here. Ranger Hyla is here now, and she's going to drive the camera for a little bit and let you know if she sees anything. So stay tuned. It is now about 1 o'clock Pacific time. We've got another hour or so of streaming today. If you're just joining us, we have captured 4 gray whales on the cameras today. So a little slower than the past couple days, but not terrible. I did see 4 other whales this morning as I was getting set up here this morning. So I've seen 8 in about the last 4 hours or so. But again, that's a little slower than we've had the last couple days. And getting our camera to focus here. It's having problems. There we go. Looks like a big commercial fishing boat out there heading south. Probably heading back towards Newport would be my guess. I think I saw that one go out yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, big commercial boat out there. Pretty cool. That guy's probably 3 miles out, I would guess. Heading back home, so hopefully they did good. Let's go ahead and zoom back in on our buoy here. We'll go to the half mile for now. And then Ranger Hyla will be with you here for a little while. Thanks everybody for being here. Let me take one quick look at the chat. Christy asks, how do we find information concerning the volunteering? Great question, Christy. So you can actually go to that main Oregon State Park website, OregonStateParks.org, look under that Things to Do tab for the whale watching. And then once you go to the whale watching page, you can scroll down a little bit and there's a photo and a link to our volunteer webpage. And the address on it just changed. It's now orwhalewatch.org. And that website will take you kind of to our volunteer portal. Typically, we start recruitment for volunteers in the summer, and then by October 1st, the registration and information packet will come out, and you can learn more about attending our training sessions and then becoming a Whale Watch volunteer for years to come. So good. And Diane, hey Hyla and Luke. Hi Diane, I hope you're doing great. We were just talking about you the other day and hope you're doing really well. Hope you're enjoying the view of the ocean here again. So good to hear from you. All right everybody, well stay tuned and we'll be on the watch for some more whales. Well, hello again, whale watchers. This is Luke, one of the park rangers up here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Well, Ranger Hilo was doing a great job. We were tracking 3 small gray whales here in the bay, and she was getting some great shots of the little one there for the last 15 minutes or so. These little ones, they just spout so inconsistently. You know, sometimes it's just one spout, sometimes it's 2, but I know she was able to get some shots of that little one there on the north end of the bay. So if you're just joining us, I think we've spotted 6 or 7 whales now that we were able to get on the camera during the broadcast today. We've got about 20 minutes or so left of today's live stream. It's been an okay day. The weather has been a little mixed. It was kind of stormy and rainy this morning. We're not able to see much. There's a spout. So we've started to find a few of these whales now that the sunlight is nice and bright. But some of these whales are just kind of circling around in some feeding areas and kind of spouting inconsistently. But let me see if we can't find one over here on this side of the bay now to watch. Either way, it's turned out to be a beautiful day here in Depot Bay. Mostly sunny skies now. We do have, and I can kind of zoom out and show everybody, a big front starting to move in. You can see these big clouds starting to approach us here from the west. And it looks like, based on the weather report, the next few days are going to be kind of rainy, pretty stormy. So it's going to make it a challenge to do a lot of good whale watching, but we will be here. We will be giving it a shot, at least for the next few days. So I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far today. If you've got any last minute burning questions or comments, be sure to get those to us here now. We'll be around for about another 15 minutes or so today. Huge thank you to everybody who has been with us for most of the day. I know we've had people from all over the world and all over the United States here with us as well, and I hope that you've been having an okay day, staying home, staying safe, and looking for whales with us. So stay tuned for a few more minutes of whale watching here today, and I'll be right back to answer any of those last minute questions and comments. Thanks again. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. It's about 1:50 our local time in the afternoon, and I see a few more last-minute questions have kind of come in. So let me kind of address those here before we wrap up for the day. So let's see. I got a question. How long does it take for whales to go from Oregon to Southern California? So it's about a month from here on the Oregon coast for these whales to swim down to Baja. But again, that's in the winter time, so kind of December and January when they're headed that way. Right now, if there's any whales in Southern California, they're most likely going to be headed up this way. And so in a month from now, if you, or I should say right now, if you see a gray whale down in Southern California, next month you could come up here and see it swimming by the Oregon coast. So yeah, about 30 days or so, ballpark. So we kind of talked about it earlier today. These gray whales average right about 100 miles of swimming per day during this migration season. So yeah, good question. What time does the stream start tomorrow? Yep, got it. Thanks, Steve. 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. It's kind of our standard live streaming times right now. And so we're here for about 4 hours every day. Oh, I had a maybe over here by my 1 mile buoy. Let's go over here. As you can tell, the wind has really kind of picked up here in Depot Bay. Lots of white caps out over the water right now. And that actually makes it even more difficult to see any whale spouts. You know, if a typical gray whale spout is 10 to 12 feet tall, now with this wind, it might be half of that, just because of as the spout goes up, the wind kind of blows it away, if that makes sense. So makes it even more difficult to see them, but we got a few minutes. We're gonna keep trying. Jasper asks, has there been any noticeable change in the behavior of the whales that may be attributed to a reduced amount of marine traffic? For us, Jasper, there is so little marine traffic here on the Central Oregon coast. I haven't noticed any difference at all. And so these whales right now, they're just focused on migrating, and they aren't really affected, in my opinion, either way. And so good question. I could see where you're coming from on that one, but for us, a busy day in our harbor in March is like 3 boats normally in March. So not a huge difference right now. So, all right, well, we've got about 5 more minutes of streaming or so. I'm gonna I saw a whale come up right by that half-mile buoy. It's one of these tricky small gray whales we've been trying to keep up with here for this afternoon, but I'm gonna do one big pan of the horizon, kind of like we did yesterday afternoon, and then see if we can't see anything, and then I'll come back for a little wrap-up. So thanks again, everybody, for being here. If you've got questions about whale watching in Oregon, be sure to check out the Oregon State Parks main webpage, www.oregonstateparks.org. You can click on that Things to Do tab. It'll bring down a drop-down menu, and you can go whale watching. And so you can find out all about whale watching all over the Oregon coast, and you can also do some research about your future trips to any other Oregon State Parks in your area. Oh man, these whales, I tell you, as soon as I moved the camera, another one came up right by the buoy. These are totally juvenile whales. They're like kids. They are just very, they do exactly what we want them to, right? Okay, well, stay tuned, a few more minutes. Let's do a big pan of the horizon, and we'll come back and do a wrap up. All right, everybody. Well, we're just finishing up our pan across the horizon here, and we got lucky. We got one more whale I just spotted here. Kind of caught it right in the center of the screen as we were panning across, so we'll give this whale a minute or so here before we kind of wrap up. But just for closing today, I hope everybody has enjoyed our live broadcast. Again, we're here from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. every day right now, bringing you a live view from our visitor center here in Depot Bay, Oregon. We're coming to you from an Oregon State Park visitor center, and we're hoping that everybody's enjoyed taking a look out our windows with us today, seeing a few whales. I think in total we ended up with like 6 or 7 gray whales that we were able to catch on the cameras today. So a little bit slower than the past few days, but that's all right. Still pretty good numbers so far for us. We have been streaming for the past 6 days, and I think we've spotted now with today's total close to 80 gray whales in that time. And a few days ago, everybody will remember we had that pod of killer whales come into the bay too, and that was pretty awesome. Some bonus whales for sure. So if you want to learn more about whale watching here in Oregon, be sure to check out the Oregon State Parks website, oregonstateparks.org, and you'll find all the latest information regarding the COVID-19 closures on all of the Oregon State Parks right now. And that will be also a good place to kind of keep an eye on over the coming weeks, as we'll be kind of announcing, you know, when our plans are to reopen all of our parks and campgrounds. So I hope everybody's out there is staying home, staying safe, doing what we can to kind of slow the spread of this virus and just kind of flatten that curve so that our healthcare professionals are not overwhelmed here. So in the meantime, I want everybody to have a great night, a good evening. Hopefully you're home with some family and can take advantage of one more nice afternoon here. If you live on the Oregon coast, I think the rain is coming. And so we will be kind of hunkered down inside here the next couple days too, bringing you some more whales. I know Ranger Hyla and Ranger Peter and myself will be here from time to time, touching base with everybody, looking at our birds, looking at our whales, everything else we've got outside our windows here. So make it a great rest of your day. Happy whale watching, and we will see everyone tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you so much.